Good morning, everyone. Have a great day. Hasib and Saurav, I made you co-host and I'm creating breakout room.
Okay, Sangeeta.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mainak.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, Abdul. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good morning.
Ma'am, can we go to the breakout room?
Hmm.
No, I need to talk to you. Okay.
Okay. We'll join room 1.
Okay, ma'am.
Please join, yeah.
All of you guys, have you worked on last sprint? One project was there, no, in Bootstrap, one sprint,
Yes, sir.
which you rolled out yesterday. Have you worked on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about apart from Moinak, what about others? Or you are still working?
Yes, sir. Still
Working, sir.
Still
Working.
working, okay. While working on it, if you have any issues, let me know. Okay. So you will be using the concept which you'll be using for this sprint is for header part, you'll be using navbar concept, and for the body part, you'll be using bootstrap grid. Okay, so if the size is large and above, then 6:6, or if the size is lesser than small, then what is it called, 12:12:12 means it will be one below another, like that. Or you are going to, in the last sprint you will be using the bootstrap concept in it, grid concept. You have a row div, you have a column div, and then you are going to use the bootstrap classes like column small, column md, and column large. So these are the 2-3 concepts of bootstrap. Through that you can easily work on this project. Till Sangeeta ma'am start the concept session, you please either you revise the bootstrap topic or you work on the sprint where you left out yesterday. Another 5 minutes or 5 to 6, 10 minutes, Sangeeta ma'am will start the session.
Yeah. Yeah, Saurav, as discussed, I created 5 rooms. I'm
Okay,
sending,
ma'am.
I'm
Thank you
sending
so much,
those
ma'am.
learners. Yeah. You carry on.
Yes, ma'am.
What are? Check with the name list whether I have sent all those learners. Prashant not connected.
1 second, ma'am.
Yeah, Gaurav, Prashant, you check with them on Slack. They are not here.
Yeah, ma'am. Prashant is having problem for joining.
Prashant, Shantanu, and Gaurav.
I'll message them in Slack.
Shantanu, Shantanu is here. So only you need to check with Gaurav. Okay. It's enabling the waiting room. Yes, guys. Very good morning to all once again. Have a good day. Asif will start with the attendance and quickly we'll start with JavaScript.
Okay, Sangeeta, I'll take it.
16. Here is the sheet.
Yes, everyone, I'm calling out your name. Please respond for the attendance. Adesh,
Present, sir.
Abdul,
Present, sir.
Abhilash,
Yes, sir.
Anuj, Anuj absent.
Present, sir.
Okay. Ayush,
Present, sir.
Harsh,
Present, sir.
Harshad,
Present, sir.
Jayashree.
Present, sir.
Okay. Jitesh,
Present.
Joel,
Present, sir.
Kashinath,
Yes, sir.
Kuddus,
Yes, sir.
Mainak,
Yes, sir.
Nikhil,
Present, sir.
Praveen,
Yes, sir.
Priya,
Present, sir.
Ramya,
Yes, sir.
Roshan,
Present, sir.
Richa,
Present, sir.
Rushikesh. Rushikesh present. Rushikesh is absent. Sanjay. Sanjay, are you present?
Present, sir.
Okay. Shivani,
Present, sir.
Shubham.
Present.
Okay. Siddharth. Siddharth, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Sodit.
Yes, sir.
Sudeep,
Present, sir.
Surmani,
Present, sir.
Swapnil,
Yes, sir.
Tejas,
Present, sir.
Vaishnavi,
Present, sir.
Vivek Kumar,
Present, sir.
Vivek Sharma,
Yes, sir.
Ashmita,
Present, sir.
Priyanka.
Present, sir.
Okay. I'll just call out the name who are absent for one more time. Rushikesh. Did you join, Rushikesh? Okay, there is only one absent Rushikesh today. All the other are present. Yes,
Yeah,
done,
yeah.
Sangeeta.
Yeah. Thank you. Check with him.
Yeah.
He is online.
He's online. Okay.
Check with him.
Rushikesh.
All right. So guys, let's begin the session, requesting all of you to pay attention. So we done with HTML and CSS. As we all know, course 8 is about HTML and CSS, followed with course 9 is JavaScript. So as planned yesterday, I will start with the first session in JavaScript in the morning. I'm giving you afternoon time to complete the pending sprints of HTML. And also there will be one JavaScript sprint today. It's a simple sprint. You can able to crack mere of programming. So we will have it in the afternoon. Will it be okay? And
Yes.
so that now you can complete both HTML, CSS sprints, and this entire week and weekend we can focus on JavaScript. Okay. Let's start. Yeah, we have 8 sprints in JavaScript. Let's begin with the first one. Fine, guys. So in front-end program, we started with responsive web page using HTML and CSS. Moving on to the next course, interactive web application using JavaScript. So the name deplicates, we are going to make an interactive. By using HTML elements, we can make a structure of a web page, a static web page. By using CSS, you can have a very good appealing, presentable web page. You can position all your controls, but on top of it, interactive, the dynamic feature of a web page can be achieved with the help of JavaScript. As I said, there were 8 sprints. So I'll tell you, if you are into these types of scripting language for the first time, you will feel little bit difficult in the face and a vague kind of a thing, but please overcome that. So the world is ruling. I don't know if you look into a statistical search, the top 10 languages in application development, if you find those top 10 popular languages in the last 2 decades, even in the last decade, the top 5, one of the language among top 5 is JavaScript. So it is popular. Based on JavaScript, we have many scripting languages. So after JavaScript, we got TypeScript, React, many more, ECMAScript, earlier VBScript. Scripting languages are ruling, and it is among top 5. That's what I'm telling. So don't feel anything like vague or bit difficult, bored. So make whatever the thing is in front of you, please make it more, you make an interest among yourself and start learning things. All right, so let's get into JavaScript. So again, I'm telling you, so JavaScript is most popular languages. Always it is among top 5, even it is not among top 10. So again, when you want your career to be on application development, it plays a very important role. So please listen. Okay, so before getting into what is JavaScript, why we want to have JavaScript, let's have why we need such type dynamic applications. So it's time to think. List down some of the website you visit on a daily basis. So I created one folder, JavaScript demos. July 5 notes. Okay. So list down some websites which you are opening using on daily basis. I'm asking you.
YouTube.
Email, Google.
YouTube.
Not much. Let it be, and many more. Many more are there everyday basis. Categorize the website as interactive and non-interactive. By the way, what do you mean by the word interactive and non-interactive? So again, when it comes to web application, lots of theory factors are there. So one theory factor is it follows client-server architecture. And that too, if I want to say nowadays, we are not into 1 tier or 2 tier. If the words are new to you, afternoon or after some time around 11:30, I'll give you time, explore on it. So nowadays, we are not into even 3 tier. We are into entire architecture. And we have various layers. So we have presentation layer, we have a business layer, we have data access layer, and separate thing. We are into database server too. Apart from application server, we are into database server and we are handling database. And what else? The other thing is static website. And the other category is dynamic web application. So day to day, when I am using the term, I may say website, web application, web pages. So, you know, collection of web pages is your website. But when it comes to minute difference between website and web application. So websites always, we can say, I can say google.com as a website, google.com as a web application. But once if you are into development phase of this application, so always your static content, which does not have, once it retrieves from the server, does not have interaction with server, falls under anyway, which we are fetching from server. Once it is fetched from server and it placed on a client, from client, it will not have any interaction with server. That kind of application is your static website. So always have an interaction with server, falls under the category dynamic web application. So you take everyday basis, we are into various websites, so many official websites of study purpose and many more. I am using IRCTC, Redbus, Make My Trip, many more are there. Tell me whatever the website we are using nowadays comes under the category static, interactive or or not interactive application? Think and answer me. IRCTC? Something I heard, but your voice got.
Interactive website, ma'am.
Book my show.
NIT.com.
Everything. That's what I'm telling. Out of that, whatever you said, make my trip, book my show, IRCTC, Redbus, YouTube, NIT.com, Google.com, everything is which falls under static and which falls under dynamic.
Netflix.
Those in which we data is updated every day.
Very good. Very good point, Jitesh. And interaction, not interaction, and data flow. So like data we are submitting and the data retrieving. Everything falls under. Okay, I added the point data flow. So guys, you know something, as of now, we are in 2022. Even I said the same points and 2 years back also. As of now, all the application which we are using falls under the category all. I said the word all, not even 99.9%. All the application which we are dealing falls under the category
Dynamic.
Very good. Dynamic web application. As of now, any forum I can challenge. There is no static website at all. All the application is having an interaction with server. And out of that, some 90% of the application, the data is getting flow. So some data I am submitting to my application and some application is taking to the server. And the same application on other application, the data is retrieved from server and it is passing to the client based on their requirement. That's what I'm telling. And all the application which we are using as of now falls under the category dynamic web application. All the applications are having interaction with server. Everything is having interaction. So categorize a website as interactive and non-interactive. How can you add? Even if you can ask me, encyclopedia, this Wikipedia, even there were people who has having a permission to edit that Wikipedia. Am I making it sense? So today you are viewing something in a Wikipedia. Even today evening or tomorrow, the content might be changed on the screen, isn't it or not? Even in the Wikipedia content. I will not say Wikipedia as a static. Anything you want to add on it from that? Everything is dynamic. In such situation, as I said, all the applications are interactive application. In such situation, how can you add interactivity to web page? With the tools and techniques we have learned so far. A big question mark. How can we add interactivity? Let it be. I put this question mark. I have not discussed with an answer. Partial answer I will discuss with JavaScript. Remaining answer we will discuss on backend program. Am I making it sense? The answer for the third question. How we are making interactivity to web page? We are making the interactive with the help of JavaScript. Whereas one more way of making the application interactivity is not via front end, the other via back end. Is it fine?
Yes,
How and by which, everything we can discuss. Okay, let's get into a slide. So browsers were meant to view web pages. From the day one, I was the one who introduced HTML. I used to say web applications are built up with web pages, and web pages are constructed with HTML. And HTMLs are used to display the content on your web page. Always we will use HTML to display some content on a web page. On top of it, we will add styling via CSS. So that is what we have done so far. But in the same browser, we are playing a game. Just an example. So always browsers are meant to view web page content. How we are able to play game? Have you ever experienced this? Where?
Yes, ma'am.
So this game this is a game. I can use my up and down arrow mark, enter. So some dynamic content, dynamic interaction is happening on my browser. The same thing is happening on my browser. Can we achieve this with the help of HTML? This dinosaur moving, jumping. When it clash with these things, it should display the message as game over. Do we have any functionality in HTML to achieve this?
No.
No.
Do we have this functionality in CSS?
No.
No.
So this can be achieved with the help of client-side scripting language called as JavaScript. How does the new set of images representing Alan turning appears without the page being refreshed? So within a fraction of a second, from Nikola Tesla to Alan turning image got displayed without even complete refresh of the page. Have you noticed? We started fetching the image of Tesla. After that, Alan. Let it be. So how it is possible to play, pass, forward, and rewind the videos on a YouTube? So the action, the interactive action is happening on YouTube browser. Have you ever thought of this? By using HTML, I can display the content, but on top of it, something is interaction thing happening on my web page. So all those things are happening in my browser side with the help of language called as JavaScript, which falls under the category client-side scripting language. So whatever we discussed, so whenever if I am requesting for any page, so let's assume I am requesting for nit.com. So my client will give you a URL, HTTP request. So which will hit to my server. My server will go to the appropriate web server and start processing. And it will return HTML web page. Is your HTTP response. So whenever the server is returning back this web page with the HTML language, along with that, it sends few more functionality, few more language code. So whichever the language you can view in your browser side falls under the category client-side scripting. And whenever if you are into browser-based web application, we will be dealing with scripting language. As of now, I am sure you know what is scripting and what is programming language. So whereas web application is constructed with the combination of both client-side scripting and server-side scripting language. All the languages code are there in your web server. But when the request is coming from the client, it starts process and it will send a response. Along with response, it will send few client-side scripting code. So one of the client-side scripting code is HTML. What else? Everything will be reside on my server only. But based on the request of a client, some languages are sent along with the output to my client-side browser itself.
CSS.
So one of the client-side scripting is HTML, CSS. The other one is JavaScript. I'll show you. Everything is there in a server machine, an IT server. Let's assume here it is an IT server. Have you experienced this? Apart from HTML and CSS, can you see what is there on the screen? So you take the first line. So doc type, HTML, directive, everything. Have you noticed in the third line? Not even third line. The first block itself, it started with script. All right. And certain languages will be reside on server itself. Any example of server-side scripting?
Java.
No, I will not take Java as a scripting language. By the way, my dear all, Java is a programming language. Have you ever came across with this term? So I cannot use Java as a server-side scripting language. So the language based on Java, which can be processed in a server, we have JSP, we have servlet. In other language, have you came across with PHP?
Yes, ma'am.
In .NET, we have ASP. These are all called as server-side scripting language. On top of JSP and servlet, we have so many frameworks. So that is what we are going to use after some days, which is so based on this framework, we got servlet is the first framework in Java, which is based on server-side language. So on top of it, we got JSP. On top of it, we got these frameworks. And these frameworks will use Java, not direct Java. So it's totally different. Apart from that, we have, you can ask me Python. Yes, Python, it's a scripting language, more than a programming language. And PHP and ASP.NET and many more are there. And by the way, your JavaScript will act like both server-side and client-side scripting language. Your JavaScript alone will act like both client-side and server-side. I know these terms are new to you. Slowly you will be getting to all these terms. But as of now, I would like to say, in order to achieve this interactive feature, when the web page is requested by the client, server will process and all the codings will be there in a server. But along with the response, it sends few of the language. So those languages are client-side scripting language itself. So why we want client-side scripting language? Because we have some advantage. So I want all of you to read, not now. That's what I'm telling. After 11:30 or 12, I'll give you time, explore on client-side scripting language. So why I want to go want to keep some languages in browser side? Why can't I have everything on my server side? Why can't I have everything on server? So from that itself, you will get to know lots of load we are gonna to give unnecessary to server. And we may end up with network traffic congestion. Due to various reasons, we have segregating and we are sending few languages to browser side language. So find the advantages of client-side scripting.
Ma'am, can you say again what's the role of frameworks?
You're talking about these frameworks?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, dear. We will discuss in detail about after hardly 3 weeks.
Okay.
Because framework, how can I say now? Then we will be getting into these Java frameworks. I just wanted to segregate an idea between client-side scripting and server-side scripting.
I'm asking for just the role of the framework.
Rule is framework
No, no,
for
the role.
simply since you asked only the role, I thought it's rule. Okay,
No.
role. Let's assume Sudeep, you, me, and Praveen, we are about to develop a web page, or for some 10 of us into a team and we want to develop a web page. If I develop a web application from a scratch, I may need 6 months. If you use any of the framework, you can develop within hardly 3 months. That is the role of framework. It has predefined patterns, all the rules and regulations. Sudeep, can you able to relate? And this is for everyone. Framework will make our life as simpler. The best example is yesterday Bootstrap. Can you relate? Is it makes your work simpler?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So this I'm leaving to you. Let's get into JavaScript. Shall I? I
Yes,
know
ma'am.
I have introduced so many terms. Again, when it comes to server, web server, you need to know about all the protocol, IP address, port number, everything. That's what I'm telling. We have a lot of theory to cover in the introduction to web applications. Still more are there. For the next 4 or 5 weeks, we will be into these theories. You should know. So today is all about getting started with JavaScript. Since see the name alone, it is JavaScript. You cannot directly relate Java with JavaScript. No, both are different accessories in different direction. Don't ever compare Java and JavaScript. Few programming rules is applicable for all the language. In that angle, we can relate. But other than that, Java is totally different. JavaScript is totally different. Don't ever think or compare Java with JavaScript. So in this session, we will be discussing about introduction to JavaScript. So it's a language. So we will explore on variables, data types, operators, conditional construct, looping construct, functions, function invocation, and creating a lot of program using JavaScript. So what is JavaScript? So I don't want to explain this diagram. As of now, you can able to relate this picture with respect to HTML, JS, and CSS. So HTML forms only the structure. So CSS makes presentable, more appealing, whereas your JavaScript will add what I can say, interactivity or intelligence. When it comes to application, I can say for my web application.
Sense organs.
So all your flesh, bone, blood falls under the category HTML. So you can relate the outer skin followed with all your things. Apart from that, your sense, how all our body parts works based on the instruction provided by the brain. So that is a mere example of JS, but I would like to give some theory content on JS. So what is JavaScript? So JavaScript is a scripting language. As of now, I want all of you to have a clear, I think I said this, you should know a clear idea on what is scripting language versus what is programming language. So if you are not clear, I will put that topic under self-reading. A tag-based language for browsers, and we have engines to process the language. Those falls under the category scripting language, less error prone. Whereas compiler-based, strict syntactic followed language for application development is your programming language. So explore more on these two topics. All right. Your HTML, JavaScript all falls under the category scripting language that enables us to create dynamically So what do you mean by the term dynamically updating content?
According to my real time.
So let's assume there is a section in your HTML page. So within a fraction of second, the content gets changed. Let's assume you are in an Amazon. So let's assume top right corner, the center of the page, you have some advertisement for sale of mobile phone. Within few seconds, the same section or aside, I can relate with semantic. Instead of mobile sale, there may be some other thing. Let's assume watch sale. So dynamically updated content on a web page can be enabled. Some time back we discussed about game. So in order to control your multimedia, if I want to have any animated images and much more dynamic features can be achieved in my web page with the help of JavaScript. So for sure, JS will add interactivity and intelligence for sure to website. I will not say hereafter web application or to my web page, to a simple web page. So whenever if you are into web technology, along with HTML and CSS, JavaScript is one of the core technology in web application development. Is that clear? Introductory part is clear. Shall we get into programming part of JavaScript? Guys?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So how it is adding interaction? How can we do some processing? Let's do a basic processing. With first two example itself, let's have some interactivity thing. So JavaScript makes website dynamic, engaging, and appealing. So when I am in Google Sheet, I used to do this. So we are in web page, this Google Sheet. So I will be finding an option of sharing, restricting, giving a privacy setting. So everything. Contents of a page are updated without rendering the entire page. I'm highlighting this point. We will be traveling with this point. Instead of refreshing the entire page, the contents are getting updated. Why we want to go for such type of functionality? What will happen every time when we are refreshing the entire page? Have you ever think about this point and have you thought and relate with the real world?
Yes, ma'am. When we refresh the page, the dynamic content on the page will change and the static contents will be still the same.
No. Don't ever introduce static. I told you, all the application which we are dealing is dynamic. Think, I want all of you to think and think in all the angle. Contents of the web page are updated without refreshing the entire page. Why we want to have this functionality? What will happen if all the time if I refresh the entire page?
Then we will lose server connection every time. Like we have to reconnect with the server.
There will not be satisfying.
Sanjay, repeat.
Full data is
Sanjay,
transmitted.
Kudus, repeat your point.
Whole data is transmitted every time if you refresh again and
Correct.
again.
Correct. Whole data, let's assume, think. Every day, listen. So every day we are sign into our web page. So do you think a web page is some small content, like some 10 lines of HTML element code is getting represented in my web page? Do you think it's a, see, I'm just scrolling down this application. You have a lot of content. So this content can be developed with a lot of HTML elements. So let's assume I am in sign-in page. So I am providing my username and password. So do you think if I provide my username and password and submit, this entire page needs to be refreshed? Or if I want to switch from the welcome page to any of the course page, do you think the entire page needs to be refreshed? So what will happen all the time when the entire page gets refreshed? All the time, as Kuddu said, it needs to retrieve the content from server. Do you think I am the only one using NIT.com? I am the one who is using Amazon.com? No, there will be thousands and thousands, not even in thousands. Let's take NIT maybe in 1,000. Let's take Google, Gmail, or Amazon or Instagram. Like millions of users are using the application. Every time when the content are refreshed and all the contents are retrieved from the server, think about the load of the server. Performance, fraction of second matters in pulling the data content. So let's assume I want to process this particular portion. So something I want to do with here, I want to check this, join this course. If I give join this course, do I want to change all the content? No. As per the user requirement, this particular component alone, here alone, when you click this join this course, this particular alone needs to retrieve back the response instead of loading the entire page content. That matters in today's web application development. That can be achieved with the help of scripting languages like JavaScript. I said in theory, the same thing we will implement in near future. Think about it. Who executes JavaScript? JavaScript is for browser. It is for web application. Web application, web pages are in the browser. So by default, all the browsers are enabled with JavaScript. So JavaScript can be executed in browsers runtime or in Node's runtime environment. This Node we will come in the next module for TypeScript in Angular. So as of now, our browser runtime in environment is well and good for us. So JavaScript engines embedded with browser. As I told, all the browsers. Anyway, JavaScript is from Netscape, a navigator, but nowadays all the modern browsers are enabled with JavaScript. And in order to process JavaScript, we have a JavaScript engine. So all the browser is having this JavaScript engine. Yeah, please look into this. For Google Chrome, we have V8. So for Mozilla, we have SpiderMonkey. For Internet Explorer, we have Chakra. For Safari, we have JS Code. So all the browsers which we are using will come along with JavaScript engine. So this engine will process our JavaScript coding. Can you able to relate how we have compiler for programming language? Likewise, for scripting language, we have engines. And for JavaScript, these engines are attached with your browser itself by default. You don't need to download and install externally. And for all the browsers, we have the respective engine names. By default, it is enabled. Just aware of these names. Is that clear? Shall we go next? Guys, Harsh, Harshat,
Yes, ma'am.
Jayashree.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So what an in-browser JavaScript can do? So whatever I said in the previous slide. So by default, the browsers are embedded with this engine. So what it does? In browser, JavaScript can, listen carefully, it can add new HTML. It can change the content. The dynamism can be achieved. Modify the style to a web page. So sometimes if you noticed, the background color of my web page will be changing. The font mostly the color or background image will be changing whenever if you are making any interaction in your web page. So this JavaScript, with the help of in-browser JavaScript, I can add new HTML. What do you mean by add new HTML? Think and answer me.
Ma'am, add new structure to the web page, existing web page.
No, dear. Okay, I'll give you a hint. Add new HTML element.
Ma'am, reference to new HTML page.
So let's assume you are into one registration page. I know you have experienced this, but relate. So let's assume you are into registration page. So let's assume by default, all the user provides one mobile number. So let's assume there will be a mobile number label and there will be a text box. Sometimes if the user is having two numbers and the user wants to add one more mobile number, so you will be finding an option to add. When you click that add, let's assume home number or add mobile number. When you click this button, there will be one another text box which will come and you can add your mobile number. And the same is applicable for when you are in Naukri or Monster, any of the job portal, whatever the technologies you aware. So based on that, there will be an option to add. And what example I can say? In Google Map, yeah, let's take Google Map. 1 second. Right. Guys, please pay attention. I want to travel to some university. Have you ever experienced this? When I am in a web page, you will find a button. Can you see? Please look into this collapse box. The left hand side, you will find something called as add destination. What will happen if I click add destination?
New stop is added.
New text box is getting added. So this type of feature, have you experienced this, and can you share an example where no, by default a web page is loaded with few the page. When it is required, it will add a new HTML element like text box, radio button, option to upload the file. So one is in
job portal.
Which one?
In job portal.
In job portal, exactly. Let's assume you want to update your technical proficiency, all those things which you want to
Add education.
In skills, add skills.
I have loaded with my HTML page. In that HTML page, I want to add new HTML element, like probably this text box, checkbox, radio button, or some text area where I want to add more content. And dynamically, I want to change the content. Modify styles, as I said, background image, background color, everything is happening. This change is happening on a screen with the help of what? All these are happening with the help of, by default, it is happening in your browser. Why? Because I have an embedded JavaScript in my web browser, so that now all these dynamic features are added on my web page by default. Are we doing any special functionality? No, these are all happening because of my embedded JavaScript engine in my browser. All right, and take the second example. I am sending the request over the network to remote server. I am downloading the file and uploading the file in a web browser. Are we doing it everyday basis? When I click download, automatically it is getting downloaded on my page. That is a dynamic feature. So that is happening with the help of embedded JavaScript. So react to user action, mouse click, pointer movement, key press, mouse hover. All these mouse events are happening on my web browser. All these are by default is happening in my web page on my web browser because of this JavaScript enabled feature. Without JavaScript, none of the dynamic activity can be performed on your browser. Is that clear?
Yes.
Please look into the topic. In browser, JavaScript is doing all these activity and we are experiencing all these. What it can do, what it cannot, do's and don'ts of your JavaScript browser. It cannot read, write arbitrary file on a hard disk and copy them and execute a program. So what we are doing in Java, file reading and writing, I can't do that with JavaScript. Is that clear? Please look into the topic. What and all it cannot do. It can easily communicate over the net server where the current page came from, but receiving the data from other sites or domains is crippled. So whatever that is happening from the server, the current server, from the current domain location, it can, but communicating with the other site, it's a lot of task involved. Different tabs, windows generally does not know each other, may not have access if they are coming from different site. So communication from one site to another site is not possible with the help of JavaScript. These two topics are, can you able to relate this? That's all. What in-browser JavaScript does and it cannot. So let's start with programming. I'm sure once if I start with programming, you can relate so many things with Java over here, as we all know fundamentals and more you have knowledge on programming. Yes, Vaibhav, I'm making you co-host. You can join in room 1.
Yeah, Sangeeta, I was there, but the host permission was not
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
So
I
sorry to disturb you in between.
No worries. You carry on.
Yeah.
So let's get into JavaScript. So, okay, let's start with displaying a text "Hello World" in an alert box on a browser. So there is no defined rule to write where to write JavaScript. You can write a JavaScript, all the code inside script tag. You can write inside body. You can write inside head tag, and Okay, and whether you want to write it on your HTML or you can use the reserve console screen, everything you can do. I will show you all different ways of accessing your information on your browser with the help of JavaScript. All right. Display the text hello world in an alert box on a browser. So guys, your JavaScript, you need to write all the JavaScript coding inside script tag, point number 1. And we have flexibility. We can write a JavaScript inside body as well as in head. But where you are calling, that matters. Okay, let me start with simple hello world demo. Then no, we will call also later. So we have so many boxes. One of the boxes which we will use in JavaScript is alert box. We will get that small dialog box on the screen. So, and the function name is alert is a predefined function. And one more point I want to say is JavaScript also function based language. We can have user defined function. Also, we can use all the predefined function. One of the built-in function in JavaScript is alert. Alert. You can use single quotes. You can use double quotes. Welcome all. Yeah, you can use semicolon to indicate end of the line. Okay, I'll show you this demo. So when I execute this, when I load this page, the first thing happens in my body is I will be getting an alert box, and the message in the alert box is welcome all. Via JavaScript, if I want to write something on my browser, so I can use a method document.write. So what is the difference between alert box and document.write? So anything if I want to display on a browser, so I want to append the content on my HTML web page. For that, can you see in my web page, I got this message from JavaScript. So with the help of document.write. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
one is alert
Yes, ma'am.
box. You will get that small dialog box on my HTML body. If I want to write something, the content, I can use document.write. But I'll introduce the third thing, which is web console. It's always advisable to use this console. So in a browser, when we are in web application, web browser, so we have a powerful tool called as console tool. So if I want to display some information about what is happening on my page, log information. Have you come across with log file, log information? All, when the request arised, when the response came, what was the port number, what was the IP address, all the basic information, and the time, date and time, and the encryption, everything related to the logging information of my web page, and especially this JavaScript, all the processing happening in JavaScript, errors, warning, whatever the JavaScript functionality I'm using. Let's assume I am using loop, I am using array, I am using object, all I'm using the functionality of JavaScript. Everything I can view in my web console. So you can go to developer tool. Either you can go to more tool, developer tool, or right click inspect. I'm sure the screen is familiar to you all. Apart from that, you will find top right corner console environment. Can you see? So throughout this chapter, throughout this course, we will be using with this web console. Guys, I need 1 minute. Yes, guys, sorry. Okay, let me write something on. So throughout this course, we will be using this JavaScript console object. So whatever, so that my browser will debug the code content which I provided with my JavaScript language and displays the corresponding output on my console screen. I want you to experience this console. So we have console log. We have see here console clear, console count, console error. Some error message if I want to display. One second. Sorry. I is less than 10 plus. We have console count used to, it will count how many number of times this loop got executed. And console table. This curly braces indicates collection, object, key value pair. Let's assume red colon red. B colon black. So console.table, which will represent the data in the form of table, and table will take object will hold the value in the form of key value pair. I know I have handled so many console method, but on seeing this, I'm sure you people are familiar with Java code, so you can relate the code. Only thing is minute change in variable declaration, and this object will handle a value in the form of key value pair. Let me show you. Many more are there, you experience this. So console message, we will not use others often. Error message in the type of this red color cross symbol, and warning and counting the number of time the loop gets executed. Have you noticed this table, guys? In the form of index value, key value pair. Guys, are you with me? Just a hello message using console in various, by calling various console methods.
Ma'am, can you show that loop part?
I will show you. See, we will go to conditional construct, if else, loops. I'll show you. And whatever we handled at the last is object type. So I have object black, green, red, all the three holding the index key. JavaScript supports arrays. It supports object type. Of course, it supports oops functionality. So more on these loops and conditional construct, we will get into programming. Document.write is used to display the message on your HTML page content, but we will use this debugging functionality of browser with JavaScript can be done with the help of your console. Hello world in JavaScript. So if you are, you can use inside HTML body, but ensure that your JavaScript should be enclosed within script tags, script open and script close. We will come to loops. Let's start with variable. Variable is a name, storage of data. So I want to handle a data. So if I want to refer the data, from the memory location where it got stored, I want to use a name. The name which we will use to refer the data is a variable. Guys, starting from variable, we will have a change. You can have a slight comparison between Java and JavaScript, but many more changes are there. In order to declare a variable, we will use var and let. I will declare a variable in JavaScript either by using var and let. You may ask the difference. We will be discussing the difference. How we will use it in Java? How we will int number equal to 10.
Data type.
Yeah, char ch is equal to some character. But whereas if you take JavaScript, I will be using where number is equal to 10. Where name is equal to Abdul. So what is the difference? Any guess? So same thing is happening with your PHP, Python. So here it is mandatory. I want to specify the data type, int number, character. But here everything is where or let. How it is identifying the respective type? Because of, one second. Because of the term called as statically typed language, dynamically typed language. How are these variable declaration different from other programming language? How JavaScript differs with other language like C, C++, Java? One second. Let's assume where n is equal to 10. Where mark is equal to 78.88. Where name is equal to Abdul. Type of is a built-in function which will return the type, data type of the variable data which you are holding. So listen, I have n, m, mark and name, or let it be number. So number, mark and name. All the variables are declared with where keyword. I used a type of. Anything you have noticed on the console screen?
Yes, ma'am.
So we can come to a conclusion. There is no specific integer or float or double type. Everything will be considered as a number. And the last one, which is enclosed within double quotes, considered as a string. Let me try for character. Either it can be single quotes or double quotes. One character or collection of character. It is considering as what? String and number.
String.
Do I specify anything number, string? No. At the time of execution, when it is running, at the time of runtime execution, my script engine will automatically taking the type which is falls under the category dynamically typed language. I don't want to specify what type of data. My runtime engine will automatically take the respective type of data type which I'm going to enter is called as dynamically typed language. So language which is statically is variable type is known by compiler. At the time of compile time itself in Java, I come to know that what is a data type. But here at runtime only, we will come to know what was its type. So left hand side, programmers must specify what data type of variable. So here programmers will not write what type of data. Programmer can write little quicker because we don't want to specify the type every time. My machine itself will understand what type of data. So here the advantages, compiler will check for compile time error. If there are any errors are there, it will caught at very earlier stage. But here most scripting language have this feature. There is no compiler, so more chances are there for runtime error. The best example is C, C++, Java, Go, Scala, star languages, programming statically typed language. Very good example for this dynamic type is Python, PHP, JavaScript, Perl, Ruby. Is that clear? Dynamic. At the time of runtime, my interpreter, my engine will take the respective type. Here we want to specify.
Ma'am, can you show that where versus let?
Huh?
Ma'am, where
I'm coming.
and let.
I'm coming.
Okay.
Okay. So this part is clear, statically typed and dynamically typed. Then we will discuss on difference. Do I want to specify data type? No. You need to specify where, which indicates variable. My machine will automatically type what type of data. I will show you the list of data types supported by JavaScript. And what else? Yeah. So in JavaScript, you can declare a variable by using where keyword or let keyword. The difference between where and let is where is something a global variable, let is local variable. So the difference is in front of you. Interpret the code. So here I have where. Here I have declared with where. Left hand side is example for where keyword example. So what is this curly braces? So please interpret the code. I'm sure you can interpret and you can come to a conclusion. I told the word global variable and local variable, so you can relate. Please interpret.
Let is local variable because it gives error if we are calling it outside.
Yes, go through the code.
Compile error is occurring in let go keyword.
So few things you need to observe. One important thing is this block of code. Have you observed this curly braces? What is curly? Which indicates a block of code. So where if I declared a variable inside the block of code, if I try to access outside, you can able to access. So whereas if you declare a variable using let, inside curly braces, you cannot access that outside. Simply I can say the difference is scope. So if I declared where without block, the scope remains there. Whereas let, scope is within the enclosing block. Curly braces indicates block scope. Someone called me. So where is having this global with or without, the scope rule is not applicable, even though it is declaration inside the block scope. Even though it is declared inside a block, this curly braces, it can access outside. So even they can access when it is in enclosing scope before they are declared. Whereas let, if it is inside the block, it will throw reference error. Take a snap of this and try. Not now, I'll give you time after 5-10 minutes, but I will not try this. You check this with and without. Only one code you type, you modify where with let and check whether you are getting error for let and no error for where. Take a snap, you can try. There are two limitations on variable names in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, the rule remains same. So please use a meaningful variable name. Letters, digits, symbols, dollar and underscore alone. So like Java, it accepts only two special characters, which is dollar and underscore. The first character must not be digit. It always should be letters or underscore or dollar. So we have three ways of declaring a variable. Guys, one is let, the other one is where, the third way is const. To declare a constant, you need to use const keyword instead of let. Const birthday is equal to some date. If you try to change the value of my birthday, it will throw an error. Is that clear? Variables can be declared with where, let and constant. Let is scope specific, where is not at all scope specific. And const is used to declare a constant. Guys, are you there?
Ma'am, this constant is act like a super keyword.
No, it is act like a final keyword.
Right, final keyword.
Which is fixed. Yeah. So different data types in JavaScript. So we don't have int, float, double. Requesting all of you to pay attention. Please look into the first column. String. The speciality is both single quotes and double quotes. So even if it is one character or group of character, I can use single quotes. So single quotes, double quotes, everything is string. Both integer and floating is numbers. So more than that integer scope, the big notation. So the integer with some 10, 15 digits. You can use it under big int. Here it is true, false. Small letter true, word false represents Boolean. I declared the variable, but I not initialized with value. Then it falls under the type undefined because I cannot come to a conclusion whether it holds numbers or string. A data type whose variable is not initialized comes under undefined. I have defined but no value is assigned, which is undefined. But if I initialized with null, it represents null type. In my application, I want to make certain values as unique, some not changed value. Memory should not change, it remains. In such case, we will use symbol. See here, let values equal to symbol of hello. So hello is represented as something which is fixed, equivalent to constant. We will discuss in later part. And the last category is collection of data in the form of key value pair. You can use curly braces. Let student is equal to curly braces. You can give key value pair. So I can give student ID colon 101, comma, student name colon Adesh. Object will be represented using curly braces, but each value will be separated with colon. So in JavaScript, we can use single quotes, double quotes for both representing character and string. Even collection of string, you can use single quotes. And type of is a built-in method which is used to indicate what type of data. I'm sure the first block and second block is familiar to you. You can use plus operator, first name plus last name to do concatenation. Apart from that, we have something called as backticks. We will use this. It is not single quotes. Guys, are you with me? I am in the third block.
Yes, ma'am.
In
Yes,
JavaScript, you can use variable name to read the content of variable. Point number one, regular way. Apart from that, in JavaScript, you can use dollar, curly braces, and you can use backtick to represent a value. So in order to represent a value in a variable, I can use simple variable name. Also, I can use this backtick and dollar curly braces. And if you take the last expression, so by inside backtick, dollar curly braces first name, dollar curly braces last name, nothing but it will do concatenation. So if I want to make an expression inside a string, I can use this. If you are familiar, you can use, or simply you use variable name. There is no special meaning for that. Same output, John and Deo, you will get with concatenation. So I can use an integer number, floating point number, everything. So even if you use exponential, so all numbers are falls under the category number type. These are all common. See, please look into. So this is a string, double quote string, and if it is a number string. If you try to use plus, and if you try to concatenate, it will be considered as a concatenation, not addition. So 3 plus John age will give you 333, not 36. If I want to convert a string to integer, JavaScript provides a conversion function called as parseInt. So John age, which is 33, an integer number, plus 3 is considered as a string because it is enclosed within double quotes. So string can be converted to an integer with the help of conversion function called as parseInt. So wait. So I want all of you to take a snap of this. Please take a snap. Difference between where and let, I will also share. And where let const followed with, I want all of you to try concatenation using plus as well as this backtick with dollar and this curly braces variable or an expression. And parseInt conversion, you can try addition of two numbers with string, without string. So Boolean, not 0, 1, similar to Java, true and false will be considered as a keyword to represent Boolean type. So where message is equal to true, where message 1. So Boolean is acceptable type in JavaScript. If you have declared not initialized, it will considered as undefined. So let me display all the value in message 1, 2, and the data type of all the 3 message. So message holding true, message 1 is undefined and it is holding null type. Please look into the type. True falls under Boolean, undefined comes under undefined type, whereas null comes under the category object type. And this is not new to us. String value null, array null, object null. So all those are holding null. So null comes under the category object type. Okay, I will not touch object as of now. So I'm giving you 15 minutes time. For practice, you can have one demo. So you open one HTML. There should be skeleton of HTML inside body. You have script tag. You start with alert and you try all the variables. So variables let var const followed with data type, handling values and type of method. And I want you to try addition of two numbers. Additionally, you know this alert box. Likewise, we have something called as prompt box. Try what is prompt, and here I want you to do addition of those two prompts. I'll show you. Alert, welcome all. Listen. Name, okay. Message 5 is equal to, this is one prompt. Here you can display message, enter name.
হ্যালো, দাদা করছি 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 মানে
Is that-
ওটাই অ্যাড্রেস ওটাই করছিলাম।
Sudeep, you are on mute. Are you with me, guys? Alert is just a dialog box which will display the message, whereas a prompt is an input box. So when I display prompt, it will display the message. Along with it shows an option to capture an input from the user. Whatever the input I'm capturing, I can store it in a left side variable. Can you see? Initially, I got alert box. Guys, this is my alert box, whereas this is my prompt, which is also called as input box. So let's assume if I place Jayashree. Sorry. So it will display welcome Jayashree. Is that clear?
Yes.
I'm giving you quick time of 10-15 minutes. Try this. And I have tried concatenation. I want you to try addition. In order to do addition of those two prompt boxes, you need to do type conversion. Yeah, %. Do it. I'm sure you can all do within 5-10 minutes. Yes, Saurav, message me. Asif, take care. I'm going to breakout room.
Yes,
I'm
Sangeet.
sharing. Saurav, you please message me. So I'm sharing all the snapshot and what you need to do everything on mentor notes.
Ma'am, what is this error? Their tools fail to load source map, could not load content or home extension, something like that.
Share your error. Share to Hasip, sir.
Yeah, please share, Roshan.
Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen. So this.
Before script, what error you are getting? Dev tool failed to load source map. Okay, maybe it's a browser issue. Open it in another browser. Some other browser, you open it. Go to from the folder you go to open it. Open with below, open with, yeah. Go for some other browser. Okay.
You need break, Harshad. Just now I saw a message. I don't know. So if you want, you take 10 minutes break now, then practice it, or practice now and take 10 minutes break.
It is a browser related issue.
11:15, I'll resume back.
Okay. Got it, no?
Can you tell me how to fix it, sir?
It is a browser setting related issue actually. DevTools. You just Google it and check it out. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, Sangeeta. Guys, please continue practicing. I think code has been shared in the mentor notes. From there, you practice this JavaScript programming. While practicing, if you have any issues, please ask me. First program, what you guys will try, just display alert message, welcome all, through JavaScript. Okay, so through JavaScript, from in the browser, it will display welcome message in the alert. Let's see who can do it. Guys, under which tag you will be writing JavaScript code?
Script.
Okay. And script tag should be where in HTML?
Sir, it can be anywhere. Inside
It can be on body, within body, it can be within head. Yeah. And how you are going to display alert, welcome all? What code you will be writing? On page load of that HTML page, it will display welcome everyone.
Alert.
Alert, then parenthesis open, double quote hello all, and then double quote close. Yes.
So can I share my screen? I have it.
Yeah, please.
So, so when I'm trying to do console.count, it is only like till 0 to 9, it's printing 1111.
What do you want to print? 1, 2, 3.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that means incrementing you are not doing maybe. Index plus console.log late index equal to 0. Index less than 10, index plus console dot not count, console dot log. Try, I think it will work now.
Excuse me, Hasib sir.
Yes.
Sir Rishikesh here. Please check your plan.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Rishikesh, you have sent some. What you have sent?
Sir, my present related remark.
Okay, fine. Do that. I'll do that. I'll mark you present, Rishikesh. Don't worry.
So can I share my screen once?
Yeah, Adesh, go ahead.
I'm having some problem.
Okay.
This kind of screen is coming. I'm just displaying hand alert message.
Go to your code. Put the script tag in body part. Make hello world a double quoted. No, don't go for single quote. Now you try. So, close this window and open it. Open with browser, you do it. Go to particular folder location. Right click, open it. Now it is coming.
Hasib sir, check your Slack.
Yeah, Siddharth. Maybe single quote, double quote was the issue, or maybe the previous output it was showing. Yes, Siddharth, good job.
Sir, Jitesh, this said, sir, I have sent you.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Sir, we cannot run into the terminal. Do I need to run every time these functions in the browser?
Yeah, because JavaScript is a client-side programming language. There is no terminal for JavaScript. Okay.
Okay, sir.
It is a client-side programming. That means it runs in the browser only. So to see the output, you have to open it in the browser. There is no terminal for JavaScript.
So every time we need to write it within the body.
Yeah. Within a body, within head also you can write it. But if your script is not having any function, write it in body. If your script is having a function, then write it in head portion.
Because what I did, I created the function for the addition.
Fine, no problem. You are calling the function from the script only, no issues.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, share your screen.
Sir, I want addition of two numbers, but here concatenation is happening, sir.
Okay. You have to change it to parse int. Yeah, Jitesh, correct.
Where, sir?
Yeah.
Here.
So 1 second. Alert welcome Priyanka function addition num1 num2 and then variable num1 parse int prompt enter num1. Okay. Parse int prompt enter num2. Alert the addition of two number is num1 plus num2. Yeah, num1 plus num2 in the line number 16 you put it a parenthesis.
Where,
After
sir?
plus. After plus. Now you check.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now it is coming.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Priyanka. Good job.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yeah. Who is this? Richa?
Richa, yes. Sir.
Yeah. Share your screen, Richa.
Sir, I'm getting this error, sir.
1 second. See, Dave, you have to open a different browser. Richa, this browser is having some problem. Otherwise, you reinstall this browser or you open it in a Chrome or some other browser.
Sir, this is I'm opening one from the Chrome, sir.
Oh no, there is some issue with the Chrome browser. That's what. Open another browser. Open it in other browser. Go to the folder location and then file open with. You have to reinstall the Chrome, uninstall and reinstall it again. Or you open it in another browser. Go to the particular folder. Is it displaying?
There is now. Open with box.
Yeah, it is happening, right?
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm retain the code this inside error or inside warning.
Okay, console log inside console, inside error, inside warning. Yeah. No, reference error. Console is not defined, it is telling. Go to code. Console ALE. CONSOLE, not SOL. Okay. CONSOLE. Somewhere you have written console.
Yes, sir.
That is the problem. Yeah.
Hello, sir.
Yeah. Swapnil.
Slack. Check
Yeah,
Slack.
yeah.
Okay, sir, I will check.
Okay, Richa.
Okay, sir.
Yes, Swapnil, good. Yeah, well done, Swapnil. Yes, Kudus. Okay, fine, good job. I saw your code in Slack.
Okay.
Yeah. Please practice the other demo code. What has been shared? We have already done the first one. While practicing, if you got stuck somewhere or if you are not getting anything, you can let me know. Okay.
Sir, I have one doubt.
Yeah, you share your screen.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Sir, this is my output, but it should reflect string, right? I mean, I have used type of. Then why it is not showing data type?
No, you have to write console.log.type of. Okay. You have to print it.
Sir, this
No, not dot, parenthesis. After that, parenthesis.
after log, it should be
After log, parenthesis. Yeah.
curly braces.
Parenthesis, first bracket. Log is a function. For function, what bracket do you use?
Sir, round brackets.
Yeah, round bracket. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Now it's showing. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Whether break has been announced? What is the
No,
status?
Sangeet. No, Sangeeta, we have not announced the break.
You can take a break of 5-10 minutes, guys. So I'm giving you 10 minutes break. I'll start around 11:25. Plan accordingly.
Yes, everyone, please continue practicing. And confirm that you are back from the break.
Yeah, I am back. So I can see 27 hand raised. Kudus, Mainak, Praveen, Ramya, Richa, Siddharth, Vivek, are you back?
I'm back, ma'am. I forget today.
Okay. Ramya, Siddharth.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Let's continue. So requesting all of you to pay attention. Any query, anywhere you got struck, errors with fundamentals? Okay, taking this. So numbers, string, undefined, null, Boolean, and the last type of data is object. Both your array and object. So both your array type with index reference and key value type, both falls under the category JavaScript object. Object is a complex data type that allows you to store the collection of data. So either you can store as an array type with index reference, or you can store it as key value pair reference, which whatever the example is in front of you. Create a new demo. Where numbers is equal to, I'm sorry. So even if I want to traverse with for, all right. Okay, line number 13. As per our understanding, we will consider this as an array, but in JavaScript, it is not an array type. This will be considered as, you there guys? All of you, let's get into the complex data type, which is collection of values. So as we know, in order to collect many values, we have array type of same data type. The other one is object type, collection of mixed data type. But here, there is no separate category as array or object. Everything will be considered as object. The example which is in front of you, line number 13, my browser, my engine will consider numbers as an object. Just to relate with the programming concept which we discussed earlier, I'm relating with the term. But in JavaScript, how we have numbers for integer and float? We have numbers, we have strings, there is no char. We have Boolean, we have undefined. The last category is object. There is no array, there is no separate enums or something like that. We have every complex type, collection of many values falls under the category objects. I thought to do two different examples. One is for this collection of these numbers. So line number 14, I'm just displaying the numbers. Line number 15, I thought to show you a data type of number. So I can traverse whenever if I'm having a collection of values, I can traverse with for. This is a syntax of for in JavaScript. For temporary variable, you should declare with let or where keyword. You can use the term keyword of and in. The difference is of will traverse to the value. In will traverse to of will traverse value. Any random guesses? In?
Index.
Very good. Index or keys. So we have array of 5. So holding 5 different values. See here, when you try to print a number, line number 14, it is displaying the type array holding 5 values, 5 index and its corresponding value. Total length is 5. By default, it is showing the prototype of array. Functionalities, all the rules of your array. And even though according to us it is an array, JavaScript will consider as an object data type. So we have of and in, so which will display the value, it will display the index. Here we have index functionality, so it is displaying index. Of will traverse the value, in will traverse the index. So how, okay, let me get into object type key value pair. Along with that, I thought let's show an external JavaScript. Guys, listen, I can have a JavaScript inside head also. And I can call here. I can have a JavaScript inside body also. So how we have internal style sheet and external style sheet. Likewise, I can have a script inside my HTML. Also, I can have a separate script page. Please pay attention. Is that clear? Shall I introduce external JavaScript file, external script page?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So create a new file, like external CSS. Let's assume I'm giving the name as myscript.js, or always we have a practice to create a folder. So we will create a folder called as scripts or script. So inside script, we will create a folder file. So have this practice, and extension will be, let me give the name as myscript1.js. So always have a programming practice to create a directory folder for images, resources, CSS and scripts. Inside you can have. So let's assume I am providing an object type key value pair. So if it is index methodology, you can use array square bracket. If it is object type key value pair, you have to use curly braces. So let's assume key. And let's assume collection of object. Each key is holding further one more collection. Employee 1, employee ID. Let's assume 1001. Employee name key. Sorry, it should be comma. Each value should be separated with comma. Employee name. I can give Vivek. Employee salary. Please pay attention. Collection of object. First object, second object, 1002. Just requesting all of you to pay attention. Employee details is my object name, which is not holding one set of value. It is an holding 3 different keys. Each key is further holding another set of collection. which is also possible. You can have, I can have a variable which is an object holding key value pair combination, or the object can hold again a collection of object. Each collection of object is holding n number of key value pair. That is also possible. Let me show you both. Where student1 is equal to student ID 55, student name student mark Please look into line number 13 and compare with line number 24. What is the difference between 13th line and 24? This is also a complex type, object type, and this is also an object. Here we call it as homogeneous type, one more category as an array. Here it is an object type holding collection of values in the form of key value pair. So please pay attention. What would be the output of line number 29 and line number 30?
55 and Kevin.
And in line number 29, it will display the ID, name, and the mark, and in line number, it will only display the.
So line number 29 is holding an object name. So it is an object name, and this object consists of some 3 values, each 3 value holded by 3 keys. Whereas line number 30, we are the object. I'm calling a key name, student name. So which will print only one name, which is Kevin. I'll show you the output. So this is an example for line number. You can see in the output itself, 29 and 30. You can see here, demo2.html 29. So for line number 29, so which is an object type. And under prototype object, you have everything. It's an object type. So it's a class object type. So object will have a constructor, its own getter, setter, locally string, toString, value of function, where you can define all getter, setter, get prototype for all the 3. So whereas 30, we are fetching via object, I'm calling the name S name. So it is printing only Kevin. So here I'm having only one object holding key value pair. Whereas I can have object of object, collection of object in one object. Shall I continue with that? Yes, tell me.
Then what does this prototype suggest?
Find it out. Find it out. What is this prototype against object? What is a prototype? Prototype, the word prototype of array and object in JavaScript. And nothing is new to you. Maybe few methods are new, but is these methods are new to you? Join, index of, pop, push, reduce, reverse, shift. These are all functions associated with your array. So when you are using array and when you are typing array and you are displaying via console.log, it is defining all the additional functionality you can access along with this name. And find the exact definition of this prototype. And this is for everyone. Siddharth, you are on unmute. You guys, all of you got the point. After array and object, we are getting something called as prototype. Find what is prototype in this browser of the respective JavaScript. Shall I continue with this external script file with collection of object, which is referring with single object?
Yes, ma'am.
Guys, are you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So employee detail is an object holding 3 objects, E1, E2, E3. Each object is again holding collection of values in the form of key value pair. So let me print console.log of employee details. So let me print console.log of employee details dot E1. Console.log of employee details dot E2 dot employee name. Here I want to modify. Shall we check the output? So here it's a JavaScript file. I don't want to specify a script tag. It's not required. So by default, whatever the code I'm typing from line 1 to the last line, it will be considered as a JavaScript code. I don't want to go for an explicit script. Script has to be introduced only inside your HTML. So here it will print all the object. Here it will print only the detail of E1. Here it will print only the name of employee 2 object of employee details object. Right. No, not here. No, 3.html. So how to link your external style sheet in your HTML? How we will link?
And with the help of link tag.
Using link.
Using
Link tag.
Link tag.
Two-step, ma'am.
So how we are linking external style sheet in your HTML? Likewise, here my script 1.js is my external script page, JavaScript page. So if you want, so here if you take no function, so after some time when I have a function in my JavaScript, then you need to call the function. You can introduce in your head block. Whereas here it is a content. I am printing on my console.log. So in order to have all these console message on my console window, so you can call all those inside your body. So you can use script. One second, I'll complete it. Because here there is a minute difference. I will check and I'll confirm. This confusion will be always there for me. Source or href?
Source only, Junction. There is
It's
source
source.
only.
It's source.
And that there would not be a folder scripts. It is direct file name because there is.
No.
Yeah, because scripts folder is not there, no.
No, script folder is there. I created.
Okay, no, demo 3. demo3.html. Okay, it is there.
It's correct. It's correct.
Correct only, yeah.
Let me crack it. Do I want to give type? This is also optional. I'm sure there should be an extra, this explicit clause is required. That also I'm sure.
Yeah. It is correct only, Sangeeta, what
Correct,
you have written.
correct.
Yeah.
Because most of the time. Okay, let me save. I think I need to save. It's working.
Yeah.
I saved HTML, but I have not saved my JS file. All right. I hope you came to know what is there inside my object and what are all the things I have printed on my console screen. And this is also optional. So how we have style / CSS. Likewise, we have text / HTML, text / ECMAScript, JavaScript, just to indicate what type of functionality I'm going to add along with the script or link tag. And this is also optional. This will work. So always have a practice when you have external resources like images, style sheet, or script, you create a proper folder and have your respective files. And here we need to use the attribute src. So folder, if it is / one single / followed with file name. And one thing I have noticed is you cannot have inline close. So mandatory, you should have an explicit close tag. This is mandatory. Okay, I am calling my script1.js. What is there in my script1? In demo3.html, I'm calling script1.js. In script1.js, I have an object, collection of object, and I am I'm just displaying few things in my console window. So I'm displaying all my object. So it is displaying all the details of my object, employee details, where it is having E1, E2, E3. Each object is again having collection of key value pair. In 19th line, there is only, we are trying to print only employee one object details. So again, E1 is also a collection of key value pair. And in line number 20, we are trying to retrieve employee name, one single value from my object. Is that clear? Shall we continue with next? Object type. Either it can be a collection of key value pair or collection of object can be placed in one single object. You can have mixed type. Even you can give Boolean, null. Guys, is that clear? Shall we go to next? Can you relate? The silence. I tried, yeah. You can try. You tell me. Let x is equal to curly braces. When you use type of method, and if you try to find the type of this x, what would be the output?
Undefined.
No.
Object.
Object.
It is not undefined. It is not null. Very good. It is object type. Try this.
It is in curly braces.
See, if you don't have curly braces, then it is undefined. If you have curly braces, my machine will consider it as an object type.
Object, right.
All right, we have three.
I have one question. Like in Java, we used to initialize it, like when we were having those variables. But here, when I try to initialize, like I don't know, keyword for initialize. When I put constant and just give semicolon, it was giving something.
What it is giving? Your voice is not reaching to me clearly. Roshan, you try.
Yes,
these are all simple things. You can crack it. Find it out. If it is not initialized, I cannot come to a conclusion whether it is a number type, string type, or array type, or object type. So that is what, if you are not initialized, simply it is an undefined. 1 second, 1 second. So if you initialize with an empty type, then no, your compiler or the environment needs to consider. Here, if it is nothing, it is a dynamically typed. So we no need to worry on initialization of irrespective of any type of value. Okay, so it supports conditional construct, it supports looping construct, and it supports functions. We have 3 more topics. I'll just introduce the topic. I'm sure you can try. Certain syntax is similar to the programming language and this JavaScript language. So conditional statement allows you represent decision making in JavaScript from the choice we made, resulting outcome of these choices. So JavaScript supports if else, switch, and ternary. Like other programming language, it supports operators equal to, double equal to, and also I want you to find it out. So I want you to find, what was that? Prototype. Prototype in JavaScript. So we have single equal to, we have double equal to, and we have triple equal to. I'm sure these are all familiar to you. I'll give you the problem statement. You can try. Shall I move next? So it supports if, else if, followed with condition, and all the operators are common, even if supports unary. Switch, expression with respective to case, matching cases, break is mandatory, and none of the case matches, it comes to default. I want all of you to try 1 or 2 demos in if, multiple else if block, switch, and ternary. Will you give a try? Guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I know we haven't introduced with function, but there is a function in front of you. You can guess. So function can be defined with the keyword function. So followed with function name with or without parameter. And function may or may not return value. If it is returning a value, you have to provide return keyword. And JavaScript supports ternary operator. Is member. If is member is true, if it is true, it will go to after question mark. If it is false, it will go to after colon. And if you are defining a function, you need to call the function. If it is returning a value, you can call inside console.log function name, and you can pass the parameters. Do we want to specify the data type? Boolean, number, string, is it required?
No, ma'am.
No.
But now what about the return type?
It is a dynamically typed, so it takes return type. So where I am, yeah, here. Or let me. Wait. So function keyword is You tell me, what is the difference between first function and second function?
First function is just printing the inside function one, and for second function has a return.
That's all. Do I want to specify data type?
No,
I
ma'am.
think when you have to convert it.
Can I call fun1 directly? Can I call fun1 inside console.log? What will happen? So function one, it's a function. There is no parameter, there is no return type. If you call function, it will display a message in my console window as inside fun1. So these are all functions. All these functions can be triggered only by calling the function. Can I call fun1 directly? 17th line is valid.
Yes, ma'am.
18th line. So line number 14. So when you call fun1, it is calling function one where you have this message. Can I able to print what is happening inside fun1? So 25th line, I'm getting fun1 for 25th line. For 26th line, can you see what was the output? Did function one is returning anything?
I think the data type.
No, ma'am.
So I called function one in 25th line, which is redirecting to this function, and 14th line is getting displayed. So 14th line. Whereas in my 26th line, I am trying to call fun1. If I call fun1 and if I try to print in console, I don't have return type in fun1. Nothing is returned from one fun1. Since it is not returning anything, I'm getting the output as undefined. Can you relate it?
Yes, ma'am.
So only the function with return type you placed inside your console.log. Can I have func2? Yes, because function 2 is returning. So I can call inside console.log. Okay. What about function 3? I need to call inside console.log, but don't forget to pass parameters. What will happen if I give 5, 6?
And they will get concatenated.
Let's see. What will happen if I give a good and afternoon? It's not concatenated. When I pass a number, my machine will understand it is a number type. So it will do addition. When I pass double quotes, it will consider it as a string so that it is doing concatenation. The problem will occur. Please pay attention. The problem will occur instead of 5, 6, if you enclose 5 and 6 inside single quotes, then what will happen? Here machine will consider line number 27 as 6 number. Here it is a string type. Here it is string and a number. When you are concatenating string and number, it will be considered as a concatenation. Here, in order to do addition, conversion is required, % conversion. Is that clear? No need to specify any data type. Here machine will take dynamic typed. So number, here it is string. The last one is also, it will be considered as a string. So I'm not getting 11, I'm getting 56. So if I want, I need to do appropriate conversion. I have not tried conditional construct. I want you to try the conditional construct with all three. With simple demos, I will give you a demo. So moving on to the next, loops in JavaScript, something if you want to perform repeatedly until certain number of times, finite number of times, you can use a loop. So your JavaScript provides while loop, do while loop, for. So for with in, what in will do? It returns value or index?
Index.
It will return index. Of will return a value. Already the demo we have discussed. You can take a snap and you can try. So I'm sure there is no introduction, no need to have introduction to loop, while loop, for. Only thing is the last two category is new, where I have already introduced demo. One is for index display, the other one is for traversing the value. So I want you to analyze on these two topics, and I want all of you to practice on array type and object type. And you can try external script file followed with try if else, switch case, and what? Ternary operator. So try for with in, for with off. And I want you to, these are all your practice demo. You try to print 10 numbers. Apart from that, make a note of this program. Highlight vowels in a given string by converting them to uppercase. So there should be a string provided by the user, or you can declare and initialize it as a string value. Wherever you find vowels, it should be converted to uppercase. Try this. So I want all of you to try. Highlight vowel in a string with uppercase. Example, welcome to JavaScript session. What should be the output? If I provide this as an input, what should be the expected output?
Capitals. Capitals.
Did I miss anything? Sorry.
Only vowel is a capital.
Vowel. A, E, I, O, U. So irrespective of whatever the string. One second. Yeah. So you have to provide a string. Wherever there is a vowel, you need to convert. This is my first task. And you try usual pattern. So I want you to try this pattern using for loop in JavaScript.
Ma'am,
Hmm.
can you show the slides for?
Yeah. I will display. So before that, let me complete it. What would be the output? What, by the way, what is this operator?
Or logical or.
Logical or. I think there is a typo error. Okay, you find it out and tell me. You make a note of it, but there is a typo error in this slide. Requesting all of you to pay attention closely. As I said, I remember they are asking output of following code. The left hand side is a number. X1 is holding 10 and the right hand side it is 0. But the actual expectation is nothing. Simply we are defining X1. There is no initialization of value. Now tell me the output. Assume like there is no value for X. We are just declaring X. So when I declare X, there is no value and we are comparing with 0. This is what they expected to do with this quick check. Here, when you are not initializing, it will consider as undefined. So the left hand side, it is undefined. The right hand side is 0. Keep this in mind and do it in your JavaScript inside script block and find whether you are getting left side expression or right side expression. What would be the value of y1? This is what they expected you to do. Try this. Undefined versus 0. So what will happen to your OR? So we discussed with function. Okay, complete it. And the last topic, lambda, arrow function alone, we can discuss after some time. So small theory on function. So function is similar to procedure, set of statement to perform a task. Always we will be defining a function and you need to call the function. Nowhere, please look into the third point, nowhere we need to specify the data type. It is a dynamically typed. Return type is also not required. So unlike other object-oriented programming language, so it will take the feature of dynamically typed. So not only in C, C++, Java, JavaScript also, first class citizen, the priority, the complete JavaScript, it is based on function approach. Do we use to function from morning? Tell me what are all the function we used from the first example?
Run, alert.
Can you see starting from alert, prompt, log?
Right.
Everything is a function. So again, JavaScript is also completely based on function approach. That is what they are trying to. And one more speciality is function can be assigned to a variable like data. You can define a function as like your variable. So that is by using arrow function. They can pass as a parameter to other function. We can also return from a function. Listen, function can be assigned to a variable like data. Point number 2, please look into it. The demo part we will discuss. We can a function, instead of defining a function, we can assign a function to a variable, which is nothing but a lambda arrow function. They can pass as a parameter. In console.log, I can pass my function as a parameter. Also, I can return from a function. Okay, so these 3 points, arrow function, we can discuss after some time. I'm giving you half an hour time to explore on loops, conditional construct, and complete these 2 tasks. The first task is highlight a vowel in a given string with uppercase. The other one is this pattern. And try with simple if else and switch case and ternary operator. Anywhere you got struck, inputs required, please call me, but I'm giving you half an hour time before arrow function, lambda function, and passing function as a parameter to another function. I'm sharing this, whatever the demos I discussed, I'm sharing on Mentor Notes channel. I'm giving you half an hour time for your practice. Screen. You don't need to wait for me to share those slides material. You go to your LMS portal, NIT screen.
Okay.
You refresh.
Okay. It is present there, ma'am.
Yeah, all the slides will be there.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I told you. Session may expired.
Okay, ma'am. I'll get it.
You will get all the slides.
Shall I stop sharing?
Mm-hmm. with uppercase.
Ayush, you share your.
What, sir?
You are getting this error, Ayush?
No, sir. I am showing you the output that Powell ma'am.
Yeah,
that
output
gave
came.
me.
Output came. Okay, okay, fine, perfect. Yes, perfect, Priyanka. Good job.
All right. Requesting all of you to pay attention. So I need another 15 minutes of your time to complete the last part lambda. Even I started. Guys, shall we? So I'll take another 10-15 minutes time with the last topic. That is, I have introduced function, but let us discuss on passing
Yes,
function
ma'am.
as a parameter, modifying the value along with arrow function. There we used to call it as lambda function. Here it is arrow function. I want all of you to interpret the code. Please look into line number 13, 14, 15, 16, which is a traditional approach. Whereas 19 and 20 are those points which they have mentioned. So functions are first class citizens in JavaScript. Functions are basic building block. They can assign to a variable like data. They can pass parameter to other function. And also you can return from the function. What is this 19th line? I know these block is traditional way. Tell me what is this 19th? What is the use of this 19th line compared to these 3 lines? Yes, sir.
Lambda expression.
What is
Lambda
the use of
expressions.
arrow? What is the use of lambda?
Inline function.
So instead of having function keyword with function name, parameters, open, close, return keyword, you can overcome all these keyword and traditional syntax of function. The larger function can be made into one single line by using arrow function. So your function name equal to, this has been assigned to a variable. Function to, what is this curly brace, this parenthesis which indicates?
Parameter.
Parameters. Can I pass 2 parameters? Can I pass 3 parameters?
Yes.
Yes, possible. Arrow mark will return the value. No need to have return keyword. Arrow itself indicates it is gonna to return. So when I call fun2, and if I pass 10, 10 will be replaced to X. And whatever the body part which you have specified based on that expression, it will evaluate and it will return the value. So traditional way I'm doing X plus 10, and here also I'm doing X plus 10, 20 and 20. Output is not a very big deal. Please look into line number 13, 14, compare the same with 19th line. Function is assigned as a variable. How we are, see here, how we are storing a variable and holding the data. The variable is holding the data. Likewise, function is defined as a variable holding parameters. It is we are gonna to pass and return type. So with arrow, with and without arrow, handling the function along with object handling. Let us do a demo on the same. So implement the logic to calculate selling price of a commodity of a store based on cost, price, and profit. So let us use as an object type and we will modify the value. Is that clear? Shall I continue? Okay, I'll continue in the same so that you can have a look.
Yes.
Okay. So let me have a web object, which is product details. Product ID. Product name. Here it is optional. So product name as tell top cost price. Requesting all of you to pay attention on this program. Let's assume 1,20,000. Cost price and for cost price and profit percentage. Let's assume we are keeping a margin of 22% profit. I'm sorry, colon. The separated symbol is colon. Can we calculate the selling price of this object based on cost, price, and profit percentage by using a function?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So I am going to pass object as a parameter to the function so that automatically the selling price gets updated. I will do with two ways. One is traditional way. The other one is by using arrow function. Listen. So let me go for traditional way. Function, let me give the name as function 3, which is going to take two parameters. One is cost price, the other one is profit percentage. It is going to take two parameters. And what it needs to do, we need to calculate selling price equal to just to differentiate between regular selling price and the object key value pair, I am going with different name, else it may get confused.
I think we need to use the object.
Yeah, I need
So
to
that's
use
what
object
I
name.
put it.
Correct. So instead of passing cost price, instead of passing profit percentage, instead of passing selling price, so what I'm going to do, let me pass object itself so that no, by using object name, I can call all the values with these keys. So in order to differentiate that local variable and your object key, I am using it's a local variable. So I'm using SP. So let it be selling price is equal to, I want to calculate. How to calculate selling price? Cost price plus
Profit margin.
So I assume like I am gonna to, no one corrected me, it is profit. So it is profit percentage. This is what the exact cost price of my product. I want to sell with the profit percentage of 22%. So whenever the value are in percentage, what we needs to do? This has been discussed on day 1. I've been discussed this revised selling price and profit value, loss value at the first day of my session. Tell me the formula.
Cost price plus
Product details dot cost price plus
Cost price.
Percent
into
divide in
we'll go for divide
100.
into
Cost price. Cost price.
no, I cannot take cost price directly. Always I have to use object. So whatever the selling price I captured, I want to assign to my object selling price. One minute, let me check whether product details. Please pay attention. Let me call function 3 and I will call product details. Then I will copy paste what is happening with the product detail. So just to differentiate, before calling the function, what is my product detail? That is, what would be the value of selling price? After calling the function, which is function 3 by passing an object. Object is a reference variable, by the way, I would like to remind. The selling price gets updated. Let me show you the selling price which has been updated from 0 to whatever the calculated value. All right. Since it is in reference to type, it is fetching the value. All right, let's get into the explanation of this code. What is line number 21? What is this product detail?
Variable.
It comes under the category object type, which is holding n number of values in the form of key value pair. Where I left the selling price is 0. So I want to update the selling price based on my function. So you can define, this is a traditional way as I told. So you should define function keyword followed with function name. Function is gonna to take product details as a parameter. You can give different name also. When you are calling the function, you need to pass product details. But when you are capturing, you can capture with any different name. So by using object, by calling the respective key, you can do this calculation. Cost price plus profit percentage into cost price divided by 100, which will give you the revised selling price. So whatever the thing I have calculated, I'm storing it in a variable SP, that is my local variable of selling price, that I am initializing to my product details dot selling price. So you should call the function and I am passing object. Object, as we all know, it's a reference to type. Value will be updated. So after that, when you are trying to display your product details, if you noticed, so you will be getting product ID, product name, profit percentage, cost price, as well as can you look into the last key, which is selling price. So 1,20,000 is my cost price with 22% of margin profit. If I keep, my revised selling price will be 1,46,400. Output is not a very big deal. The idea behind is passing an object to a function and modifying, updating the value. Shall we try the same with arrow function? What are all the changes you need to provide when it comes to arrow function? Do we need function keyword? Do we need function keyword? I'm just scrolling up.
No.
We don't need any function keyword. Simply you can give a meaningful function name. So let's assume calculate selling price. Do I want to pass any parameter? Pass it.
Yes.
Let it be product one. Right hand side. What you're gonna to do? You can give it arrow function. If you have one single line, curly braces is not required. If you have many lines, curly braces mandatory. You remember all the rule of this lambda inline function? If you have one single line, curly braces optional. If you have two expression, let's assume I'm using local variable, then no, curly braces is mandatory. I'm doing a copy paste.
And product one dot.
Yeah, wherever it is product detail, you modify it as product one. It's a local variable with respective to this block. So instead of fund 3, let me call calculate selling price of product details. Let me change the percentage. Let me make it as 12. 12 profit percentage. Earlier it is 1,46,000. So now it is 1,34,000 because it is 12% profit. So requesting all of you to analyze these code. The next session is completely about arrays and objects. We will explore a lot about arrays and objects and its built-in functions. So please practice on looping construct, conditional construct, regular function, arrow function. And you can calculate, instead of product, you calculate employee gross salary. I have not assigned you do this particular program or not, because I'm sure you people are familiar with loops. That is why I just gave the topic. Try by yourself. I'm sharing the last demo, this selling price calculation with and without arrow function and regular function. Please practice on it. That's it. Okay, one more last, just a minute question. What does the function in below code return? Function hello, alert hello. What is the return type? Do we have return and return keyword and return type?
No, ma'am.
If it is not defined, what would be the type of value in JavaScript? Think and answer me. I have not defined. In such situation, we will get the output as undefined. Arrow function is a compact alternate to traditional function expression, but it is limited, cannot be used in all situations. There may be some cases where we cannot use. That's it about the first session. Introduction to JavaScript. So ensure that you are trying all these demos and finally you end up with this arrow function. Around after lunch, I'll be rolling out the sprint, but practice it. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes.
Call SP a function. Calci SP in line 34.
It's a, we cannot, yeah, I can say it is an arrow function, but it will not be considered as a function. This will be considered as a variable type. Whatever the parameter you are passing, you pass.
But ma'am, you haven't specified is very data type, right? Like where and let type of. Okay, okay.
With, without, that's what it is, not error prone. We have what to say, that there were no standard rules when it comes to scripting languages. I can go ahead with semicolon, without semicolon, with the let keyword, without. So more flexibilities are there in this language.
Yeah.
Okay. So explore. I'm sharing my The last demo. See, you try with let, where, with single quotes, double quotes. All that's what these scripting languages are not less error prone, and we have a lot of flexibility. Without. Okay, I'm sharing. Leaving to you, please practice.
No, yeah, comment it, yes.
Still the same. Sir.
Still not coming. Okay, fine. Go there. Go to code.
No, you cannot separate it with comma. I think you should use 4 times case.
The syntax error, this one.
I don't think nowhere. You give case A, comma, case E before E.
Case, I think, case A colon.
Or colon.
Colon, yeah.
But case is mandatory. Case A colon, case E colon.
Or you can
case...
give or symbol. You can give or symbol. No, or symbol.
No. Or we cannot use here.
Okay.
Line number 31, you give colon.
No, at the end. Vowels plus at the end. A, E, I, O, U. After, in case you will have vowel text plus 1. All the other you leave it. Okay, fine.
Sir,
Let it.
I'm keeping it for
Same thing,
time
okay,
being.
okay.
Okay, sir. Ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, but for multiple case, isn't it valid in JavaScript? Hello,
Wait. Who's sharing? Harshad. You tell me, what is the difference between line number 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35? All are same. Why we want to do repetition? Can't you combine everything with multiple cases? That is what we discussed without break.
Okay.
This is also correct. You will get the output. But you can combine everything without break. Case A, E, I, O, U. You do this concatenation. Story over.
Okay, ma'am. Shall I stop sharing?
Okay, guys, let's. Before that, quickly, whomsoever name I'm calling, please share your screen. Anuj, whomsoever I'm calling names, I want those learner to share your screen and show your work. That's all. I'll not ask any much question. Just I want to see your work. Anuj.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, share your screen. Jitesh, share your screen. I want from Anuj, Jitesh, Rusikesh, Sanjay. As of
Ma'am,
now,
I am
4.
sending on Slack.
Why not share? Why you are not sharing screen?
I have logged through my mobile and working laptop.
Not okay, Anuj. When we are in course 9, giving these reasons, not at all okay. Today alone, I'm accepting you to share. I want all the output, coding, not output. JavaScript code to be shared on Slack. Do it now. I'm waiting for Jitesh and Sanjay. Yes, Rusikesh, I can see your screen.
Yeah, this is one demo.
Only 2?
Yeah, ma'am.
Afternoon, I want you to practice more.
Yeah, ma'am.
All right. Wait, you are calling well. This is not the actual use of function. You can write this as outside.
Oh, okay.
Now whenever function is there, the usage of function is returning the value and passing parameters. Don't repeat this. The same thing I noticed in your Java project. All of you pay attention. So if you called function, don't declare or get the value inside function. Outside the function, you need to pass the value. Only this logical part should be there inside function. This is applicable for all the language.
Okay.
Sanjay, Jitesh, Sodit, share your screen. Vivek Sharma, I want to see your work.
Ma'am.
Yes, Anuj, I can see your screen. I don't want output. On seeing your code, I know what would be the output. You may close it. All right, go to the second demo.
This is not working. I am doing it.
Why it is not working?
I don't know.
I is equal to 1, I is less than or equal to 5, I plus plus. J is equal to 1, J is less than or equal to I. At least you should get 1. Instead of document.write, you give console.log. 1, it will come to 1. 1 is less than or equal to 1. At least you should get 1. Save and run in your browser. Inspect it. Go to your code, Anuj. After 15th line, it's in body, you can try. After 15th line, you try document.write of J or I. It's working. See, this document.write will work when you have a script inside body. The output you can see on your HTML page. Whereas console is for console window. Okay.
Ma'am, I want to like a pattern like 1 in first line and 1, 2
That
in
I
next
will not
line.
say. It is, can't you go for line break? We discussed so many things for line break. When you are in HTML, you have more option. You can use break tag, you can use /n. You can simply make a line break. Do it, Anuj. Right.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
You can try document.write of break tag.
Can I share
can't-
now, ma'am?
Yes, Vivek. I'm waiting for those three. Vivek, who else? Jitesh and Sanjay. Sanjay, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Get ready. I want to see your work. What you did from morning. Scroll up. Starting from alert. Scroll down, Vivek. Okay, afternoon you try for function.
Okay, ma'am.
Sanjay and Jitesh. Richa, share your screen. Richa, you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Share your screen. I want to see your JavaScript work from morning.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay, you can stop your screen.
Yes.
Okay. Jitesh and Sanjay, still I'm waiting. Sanjay responded. Scroll down. What? Only this much? I gave nearly 1 hour practice time. Practice more. Sanjay, I'm waiting for your screen share. Once it is done, let's go for a lunch break. Go to demo 1.
Ma'am, this is your code only.
Then where is your code? I can see more of my HTML. Go to javascript.html. Go to vowels. Sanjay, I want you to do more practice, double the time you have to work.
Yes, now I'm teaching the demo and
Don't copy the code, you need to type by yourself.
okay, ma'am.
Okay. Guys, let's go on a lunch break. It's 1:33 in my clock. Okay, come back at 2:10. Please check those JavaScript boilerplate code also enabled for your login against your email ID.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Ah.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Please check your Slack.
I'm checking. So along with HTML and HTML CSS boiler, you will be getting JavaScript boilerplate code also. So getting started with JavaScript. That was the first sprint. I'm sharing the link. You can also get. Rusike, share your screen. Abhilash, Ashmita, Nikhil, Surmani, Swapnil, are you back from break? Are you back from lunch break? You cannot see
Yes,
hand
ma'am.
raise symbol. Just hand raise it to confirm your presence. What is this? Where are you, Rishikesh? Go slow, go me. Show me your script, Maxim. I want to see your script. Okay, something blocked. Instead of live server, you open in browser. Either Google Chrome. Go to developer 2.
Not sure, ma'am.
Nothing?
Yeah.
Okay, go. I want to see your script. Go to Vowel JS. Calling Vowel. Welcome to. Minimize your browser. First of all, line number 18 itself, it's incorrect. You need to concatenate with the existing item.
Okay.
For k is equal to 0, k is less than no. Line number 14. Why you have mod?
Yeah.
Items of k. All right. Okay, you try. I is not defined.
Yeah.
Just save and refresh it. Don't, no need to run every time. Just save, controllers and refresh.
Yeah.
You will get as an individual character. The output also you should get as a string. Think about it. Think about concatenation.
Okay.
If it is vowel, you need to convert it to uppercase and you concatenate. Else you concatenate direct character without concatenation.
Okay.
the first sprint of JavaScript. Getting started with JavaScript. Hope you went through the problem statement. There were totally seven tasks you need to do. On seeing the file name itself, I hope you came to know what to do. You need to write JavaScript programs. So compute net payable amount for the item purchased based on the input provided for price, quantity, and discount applicable. Second problem statement is create pattern, random number generation. Additionally, you search how to import a package library in your JavaScript. Phone number validation using regex. You can crack this. Password validation for given criteria. Age and validity of age, eligibility to cast vote. Replace old string with new string. So you can start with sixth problem statement, which is easier, age validation, and then replace old string with new string. Then you can try random number generation, salary payable pattern, you any order, anything if you feel easy, you can start. For clone, so you have to provide the solution in respective JS file. Each function will take a parameter and it should return the resultant, which can be tested manually only. This automated test case we will be having only in the last sprint with all those Jasmine framework, but remaining all you can try.
Which type of pattern we need to display?
I think the pattern which I shared some time back. I think this is a pattern.
Okay.
You want to generate an output for this pattern. I'll confirm it. We'll go one by one. So check eligibility of age. According to Indian voting system, you check whether it is. By the way, all the functions should return. See, if this is a pattern, you need to generate the below pattern. Number of inputs is determined by the input provided to the function. You decide 5 or 7, 6. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You open those JS. Compute net pay. So I think you will be provided with calculate net payable. Total amount of the item purchased based on price, how many product you are gonna to capture, and discount applicable. Is it possible to do the first one? Let's assume I bought 5 water bottle of 150 rupees, and the shop is giving the discount of 5%. Is it possible to calculate the total amount?
Yes, ma'am.
Possible. Random number. I'm sure this random number is also familiar to you. You remember all our sprints and the mini project, we generated random number for account number. What else? Customer ID. So you decide either 10-digit random number or 5-digit random number, you generate it. By the way, you need to import random package. Password validator. One second, I'll confirm this password checking. One second, because we want to. One second, I'll check with my project brief and I'll confirm you. So wait. So check eligibility. You go for Indian voting system based on age. Net pay is also possible. Random is possible. Pattern. So, okay. Password validation alone, I'll confirm whether it is regex or confirming the password. I'll check in my debrief and I'll confirm you. Give me 1 minute time. Okay, yeah. So listen. So this password validation is also regular expression, regex. So what is the condition to have a proper password?
It should have one special character, numbers, and one capital and small letters.
What about the length?
And minimum should be 8 letters.
So minimum should be 6 characters or 8 characters, maximum 12 characters or 20 characters. You decide. You check at least it should have numbers, one special characters. You decide. I'm not forcing you. You are the application developer. How tight secured password, strong password you can have, you decide. But ensure that minimum count, maximum count, and uppercase, special character number, you decide. So pattern, you need to generate the below pattern using loop. Phone number validation, I'm sure. Not only 10 digit. You want to design a pattern. You need to develop a pattern matching. If it is any of this phone number, it should valid. 10 digit followed with prefixes should be +1, and it can be any combination. It should validate any of the contact mobile numbers with the pattern. By the way, this phone number validation check eligibility of voting system for age. This password, it should return Boolean true false based on the value you are passing. The last one, how we have string function, replace string function in Java. Likewise, we have replace. We have a function, built-in function replace. So use that and replace one string with another string. You go with any order, whichever you feel like it's easy. You start and work. I will share some reference material for this regex alone, regex and random number, which we haven't covered in this concept. But I am sure you can crack it. So fork it, clone it, then you provide all the solution. Open in Visual Studio, you provide the solution, save, and then push it.
Ma'am, I messaged you on Slack. Ma'am,
Yes, Arshad, tell me.
ma'am, for age validation, do we require to return a string or a boolean? Because
No, no,
most
no,
are
no, no.
boolean.
Whatever the input you want to pass, you pass the appropriate value. Return type will be true or false.
Okay, for every example.
For not every, what we
Okay,
can do
means
for this eligibility of, okay, according to me that eligibility also will return true, false only.
okay, ma'am.
If the age is under that category, what was that, 8 greater than equal to 18, then it should return true.
Okay. Ma'am, I baffled because for the condition for 0 to 18 years or 1 to 18 years. Okay. Okay, I'll try with boolean.
You try.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes, Adesh.
How can we run these JavaScript file? Do we need to call them into HTML file?
Without HTML, you cannot write JavaScript. Okay, so you have to either embed the code in HTML file within a script tag, or you link the external HTML JavaScript file to your HTML file.
No, if you are doing this print, all are external JS only. So create one HTML file. Don't create 6. So create one HTML and test all your JS by calling the respective JS file. Is that fine, Adesh?
Yes, ma'am.
So in the same folder, you create one HTML. Do we have that inside? You create it one HTML, and every time you change the name of your JS file and execute. Guys, you can try like this. See here. So as per the boilerplate code, all are external JS. See here, you have some 6 files, all are JS files. I have created my script2.js. So everything is a function. So I have tried for check even number or not. And the function is returning either true or false. In order to test your logic is working fine or not in your HTML, you need HTML. So in HTML, under your head tag, you call this external JS. You link your script file here, and inside your body, you can again define a script, and you use console.log, console window, and you can call the function and pass the value. So this will be meaningful to check. Will it be okay? So link your external JavaScript inside your head by using script tag, and then inside body you add one more script, and you can use console window.
Only HTML only for checking for madam?
Yes, without HTML, no, we can't test JS. That's what I'm telling you. You fork and clone, open it in your JS. You will be finding all 6 JS file. Along with that, you create one HTML file and
That
you
is
change the name of
that
your
is also
JS
pushing.
file and you can test.
That
Yes,
is
yes,
also pushing.
yes, Abdul. Abdul, what is your query?
HTML file also push in the Git repository or
Not required, not required. On seeing your script itself, we will come to know whether it is correct or not. So this will work. Not only today, tomorrow, next day, every day, when we, throughout the session, we will follow this approach. Right?
Here only you share. No problem. I think.
Okay, no. So this is that mastery challenge.
Okay, it is which sprint?
Mastery challenge.
Okay, mastery
So
challenge. Okay.
after this image, like the last image, I need a section. I painted it black.
Okay.
So good to go, but I think I hit the bottommost, like this black. Can you see it?
Yeah.
I need to have this below this one. This to
Okay, you make it height. Height you make it. Height you increase. Height of the section.
Height of section.
Height of the section, which you are making it. Which you are making black. Which is the background?
N2 plus N2.
I think album 1 is the background, right? Album 1 is the background, right?
No, sir. Album 1, the section overseen here.
See, in a line number 68, line number 68, you have a section called N2.
Yes.
Okay. There is nothing in it, no? So if you give background, this something, it is not having any content inside at all.
Yes.
Okay. So that means you have given a background to either album 1, I think. You have multiple section with a album 1 class. Go to album. So you give it different sections. First section, 1 second. You do like this. First section, this you give album 1. This section you give it as album 2, no? That will be better, no?
The characteristics of both of them are similar, sir. That's
No,
why
but height and width was they are different, no? Okay, fine. Album 1.
Album
You
1,
give it height.
I haven't given a height in.
Yeah, give it height here. Let's see.
I have to give a height. It's actually.
Yeah, because it is not. It is not
contain
in the
all
background.
the images. It will contain all the images in here. So
that's what I'm telling. No, so last 2 images. See, these last 2 images background you want to keep black. Is it not?
No, sir. I want
then
to
what?
create another section below this one. Below these images, I need to create another section.
Yeah. So now the section is empty. Nothing is there.
Yes.
Yeah. So place some content and then you give the background for N2. Getting?
So if let's say if I create a div, for example, I write anything. So it should work.
Yeah, it should work. No problem. Scroll down.
Not working.
No. See, which section you are giving background color? You are not in the correct right
This
section.
one. Anything.
No. This is our. See, go to the code. See, this section. Have you giving background color to this section?
Yes. And do.
Where you have given? Where is the code for that?
And do background color black and height is going to.
Okay, into background color black and height equal to 400 px you are giving. Oh, okay. Dot into section. Any other N2 is there?
No, I don't think so. There is no N2 anymore in here.
Okay. Make it as height to make it as 600 or 800. Height to make it as 800. N2.
For N2.
800. You want both the picture within N2 should be background color black, right?
No, sir.
Yeah, do it. Run it.
Yes.
Is it what you want?
No, sir. Actually, this two pictures. It doesn't have any background.
You don't want to give any background for these two pictures. That's what you are telling, right?
No, sir. I just want another division below this one.
Okay, okay, okay.
So
Okay, now you go to N2, go to N2. And you give margin top, 600 px.
Has it, sir?
800 px you give 800 px for say just for checking purpose. Now you do save it.
Right, but my mouse is
Run it, Shubham.
okay.
So you're getting right now.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Now
am
this
getting.
height you reduce a bit and margin top also you reduce a bit so that it will be just below the two image. Got it?
Okay.
Yeah, margin you have given 800, so little bit you less, make it little bit less so that it will start from here. So that it will start from here. And height also as per your requirement you adjust. Fine.
But I wonder how it's working like that.
Yeah, it is. It should not. That's what because it's a section. It is a section is actually section. You just check it. Google it. Section is a block or section is inline. You Google it. If it is a inline, that's why it is going behind the two picture. If it is a block, it will go later. Okay.
Okay, let's try giving the division.
Division it will work. Then you don't have to give anything. Then you don't have to give the what is it called with margin top and all is not required. Go up. No, here already it is having all the styling. No, now you remove the margin top. Remove the margin top. Comment it. Height you let it be. Margin top you remove. Okay, fine. Now height you let it be so that you'll see the output. The black screen you should see black background. This you commented, yeah. Now div is a block element. It should be below.
It's not going like that.
Other than the way around for this margin top only. Give it that. Maybe it is somewhere. Yeah, somewhere in CSS, this into any other place into styling you are giving. Check it out. Go to the CSS part. Into background color black, height 800. Anywhere, see B's float left. Valley float left. Go up, go up. You do one thing. This N2 you make it as clear both. N2 you make it as clear both. N2 within N2 styling you give clear both.
Clear
both. Now you try. Yeah, now it is working. Okay, because see previous two was float left. Because of that reason, the next div also gone for float left and gone background to that. Okay. So clear makes this clear from the previous two images and it placed below that. Fine.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, you can stop sharing now, Subham.
Azib, sir?
Yeah.
Please take on slide.
Yeah.
Sir, can I share screen?
Yeah, who is this?
Rayush.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah. You share your screen, no problem.
Sir, check mine.
Yeah. Mine pattern is coming fine. Good job.
Sir?
You have completed Moinak all the tasks?
No, actually, is that the actual process, right?
Yeah, this is this way you can do it, no problem. Okay, so all the for one HTML, like the Sangeeta ma'am said, for one HTML you have one JS, and in the one JS only you can have multiple code, one below another, and you can display the output. No issues.
Okay.
Sir,
Yeah, Ayush, what is your question?
here I'm using the prompt, right?
Hmm.
And when I'm running, I'm not getting any prompt dialog box.
Have you linked it properly?
Yes, sir. See, here I have linked.
One second. Bodies, script, SRC, phone number validation. Is it in the same folder?
Yes, sir. Same folder means, see, sir. I just comment this out. Okay.
No. One second. Your file is check eligibility.html.
Here,
Okay.
here.
And where is
Yes.
your phone number validation.js?
Sir, here.
Okay. For SRC, is it equal to or minus? What is it?
Sir, is it? This is underscore.
Okay. Fine. Now after SRC, what you have written after SRC equal to only, no?
Equals to, yes.
Equals to only. Okay. You do one thing. Go
But
to
this
phone
thing
number.
is
Go to
working.
phone. One second. Go to phone number dot validation, and you just write console dot some outside of the function. You write console dot log.
Outside.
Yeah. Just to check whether it is going there or not.
No.
Console dot log something. Hello. Now run it. Run it and see the console.
Yes, sir.
Right click and see the console. See, it is not going there. No, there is some problem. Invalid regular expression. Regular expression is not correct.
Okay, I'll just remove this. I want to see why my prompt is not coming. Okay, now fine, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, sir. Now it's fine. Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, fine.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Yeah, who else was saying something?
Excuse me, sir. Sir. Asif, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Sorry, what is your doubt, Ruchikesh?
Sir, can I share my screen?
Okay.
Sir, this is path is not.
See, you have, what is your file? main.html, and check eligibility.js is your file.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct only, no problem.
But
What
sir,
is the issue?
not linking.
Unable to open open the check eligibility.js, click on that. Nothing is there inside this, no? Open the file, check eligibility.js. Okay. Function check eligibility, if age less than a return false, else return true. Okay, go to main.ts. Is the spelling is correct? CHECK underscore eligibility.js. Run this HTML.
Okay. Not
Open it in a different browser. There is a browser issue. Okay. Go to your Windows Explorer, go to that file and open it in a different browser. Open with different browser. Okay. Go to your Windows Explorer, go to folder option.
Okay.
Right click on the HTML file, not the JavaScript file. You have to open the HTML file to see the open with some other browser. What was the default? Not the default one. We open it with some other browser.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go for anything. Go for first one. Don't go for Internet Explorer. Go for Google Chrome.
Okay, sir.
Google Chrome was showing issue. I don't know.
Yeah. On Google Chrome.
I think Edge was showing issue. Yeah, click on this. Yeah, no issues. No, now it is running fine. You have to write some code. Then you will see the output.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Try to complete the whole sprint by end of today only by 6 o'clock. Okay. While working on it, if you have any doubts or clarification, you let us know. This is the only sprint which will be there for whole day today. So slowly but steadily you complete this sprint. those who complete this sprint early, they can go back to their previous HTML and CSS sprint and they can complete if any pending part is there. I hope all of you are on track. Any doubts, guys? Okay, please carry on. There are 7 JS task is there or J7 JS code is there. So what is the status, guys? How many you have completed? What about Adesh? How many you have completed among 7 JS code?
4 to 5.
4 to 5 you have completed. Okay. What about Rushikesh? How many you have completed? Richa, what is your status, Richa?
Sir, one is completed and I'm going to another two.
Okay. Try to do little bit speed up. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. By end of by 6 o'clock, you should be completing all the tasks, all the 7
Yes.
tasks. Yeah. What about Surmani? How many you have done it, Surmani? Surmani, are you there? Kashinath, what is your status, Kashinath?
Like working on it, sir.
How many you have done? How many JS code you have done?
I'm just going on the theory, sir.
Sorry?
Like I'm reading the theory, sir.
You're reading the theory. Okay, fine. Once you have done with the theory, once you're ready with the concept, then start working on the sprint. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What about Vivek Kumar?
Sir, 2 is completed, sir.
2 is completed. Fine. Vivek Sharma, what is your status?
3 completed, sir.
3 completed. Good. Shivani?
Second one is completed, sir. Not
Okay,
third one.
okay. First 2 you have completed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, fine, guys. And so those among you who have not started yet, apart from Kashinath, anybody else is there who have not started yet? Okay, Shubham Alam has not started with Kashinath. Okay, Shubham and Kashinath, if you require any help for start off, you let us know. Okay.
Yes, sir.
If
Yes, sir, sure.
if any concept is not clear to you, you require some recap or revision on that particular topic, you let us know. We are trying to give it to you. Okay. So first you attempt by yourself, try to understand whatever material has been given, whatever notes has been given in the mentor notes. With that, if you are not understanding anywhere anything, that will try to clarify your doubt on that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and as soon as possible, you start working on the sprint. Yeah. If you have not understand anything, don't stuck there. Get it cleared from us, and then go forward. Yeah. Okay, guys, carry on.
Sir,
Yes, Asmita.
sir, I have one doubt.
Yeah, tell me, what is your doubt?
Can I share screens?
Yes.
Sir, this error.
Uncaught type error, cannot read properties of undefined reading value. Check phone number, line number 8. Go there, check phone number, line number 8.
Yeah,
Input dot value dot match. Okay. See, variable input. What from where you are getting the input? What is the value of the input? You have to take it from somewhere, no?
Yes, sir.
See, what you do? You do one thing. I'll tell you. Inside the over here, inside the parenthesis, you write variable input. In variable input, variable, and remove this one. Only input is also fine. Okay, you remove the variable input. Yeah. Give only variable you remove. Give only input only. Yeah. Now you try. Save it.
Yes, sir. Match.
So now it is what is telling cannot read properties of check phone number validation.json. Phone number validation 7 and 17. Go to the code. 1 second. Function check phone number. Check phone number. You are passing this value, giving it as input. Variable phone number is this one. If input dot value. No, don't remove the value from here. Input dot match. Now you try. Input dot match is not a function. Okay, you do phone number dot input match. You write phone number dot match, and within a parenthesis you write input. Here you give phone number PHONO. Phone number dot match, and then in the parenthesis you write input. Yeah, now you try. Phone number dot match is not a function. Okay, match. Input is a number, right? Check phone number this. Input phone number equal to. Okay, 1 second. I'll just check it out. 2 minutes. Variable phone number. Is the single quote required in the line number 6? Is the single quote is required? Phone number, check it out.
Yes,
For
sir.
the regular expression, this one here. This should be with single quoted or not? Check it out. Make it single quoted. Make this single quoted, yeah. At the end also. Save it. Is it
It's
working
showing
now?
nothing. Sir, it's
Sorry?
showing. It's not showing output.
Okay, it is not showing the output.
Yeah. So,
But it is not giving error also, right?
yes, sir.
What output it should show? True or false, is it?
Yes,
No.
sir.
So yeah, here we have to do one thing. No, this call you have to make it with a variable var status equal to check phone number. var status equal to check phone number. Now in console.log print that status. No, it is status is giving strike. Wow.
Yes, sir.
Now you are getting
False.
output. Okay, fine.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, welcome.
Hello, sir.
Number, capital letter, small letter, number, special character, and more than 8 character. More than 8. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, now you try.
It's true, sir. Now.
Now it is working fine, right? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. I want all of you to update the link by end of today. Means by tonight, all you have to share your link, pushed code link in the Google Sheet which you have shared.
Sir, I have doubt in one. Can I share?
Yeah, please share.
Mm, 1 minute. Sir.
From the every time you are getting false only, is it?
Not
here-
password, sir. I have listened now. I'll do that. This one, sir.
What is the issue?
In compute netpay, I have written some code. Is this correct?
Yeah, enter price, you have store it in price, enter quantity, store it in quantity. Total is price into quantity, fine. If the total is more than 100, then payable amount, variable payment of the total into total minus total of 10%. Okay. Then console.log payable amount, else console without discount total. 1 second. Yeah, fine only. What output you are getting?
It is giving the error, sir.
Show me what is the error.
Yeah, calculate net payable is not defined.
Calculate payable. Go to code. Calculate payable is not defined. It is saying what is the
Here I call the method.
See the spelling. See the spelling.
Sorry,
See the
sorry.
spelling. Yeah. Okay.
1 minute.
Sir,
Yeah.
sir, no, it didn't work.
No, it worked
Thank you,
for me.
sir.
For just now we checked it for some other guy also. It worked, right? Password.
Okay, sir.
Check it out. It is working. For me also it is working. Then only I've shared to you. Go for test. Go for test. While testing, you have to give one uppercase, one lowercase, one number, one special character, and more than 8. Your input is not correct. That's why it is giving false always. Harshad, getting?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what input you have given, that may not matching with the pattern. So you have to carefully you give the input. More than 8 character, at least one uppercase, at least one lowercase, at least one number, and at least one special character. Then it will work. It is working for me. I can show you in my screen also. Yeah, Jayashree, your issue got resolved?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
but
fine.
it is not printing the.
No, it should print. Now you check it out. It should print.
Yes, sir.
Now
yes,
you're
sir.
calling the proper function. Now you check it out. See the error and try to analyze why it is not printing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Otherwise, you do one thing. Don't have a. Okay, you share your screen. Let's see what you are getting, Jayashree.
It is coming, sir, but some undefined is coming. I have to remove few things.
Okay, fine. You do it. You can do it, I think. No
Yes.
problem. Yeah. Harshad, is it coming now, Harshad?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, sir, I added that start and end in my program, so it got mistaken.
Okay, fine. No problem. Please give me 2 minutes. I'll come back. Guys, do you have any other doubts, further doubts? Or it's okay, you can go by your own from now. Okay, fine. I think silent means you don't have any doubts. So whoever having some pending task of today's sprint, complete it. Try to complete by tonight, and by tomorrow morning you should share your update your link to the Google Sheet. Okay. So that's it from our side for today. Let's call it a day. We'll meet tomorrow, same time, 9 o'clock. By tomorrow, 9 o'clock, I want all the link to be updated in the sheet. All of yours link. Fine. Okay, thank you guys. Thanks for joining.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We can call it a day. I'll close the session. Thanks for joining, everyone. Bye.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.